that are all on the same page with wanting to deliver and continue to deliver the best services we can. So I think consistency is key, leadership is key, focusing on the vision is key whenever these external factors can threaten um, what you're working towards.
One of the observations I've made just as a political scientist
I
is just,
can't hear you.
uh-oh, you hearing me now? Still with us? Jesus, coming through? I think we maybe lost the audio. Hey, Jesus? Oh, okay. Well, Jesus will hopefully reset there and we'll continue our conversation. Again, if you have some specific questions for Jesus, please type those in the chat. I know some of you might have some real specific questions. There's a lot of stuff going on right now in the city of Victoria. So please feel free to type those questions. And students, this is a great opportunity for you to be up close to what's going on in city government. And so there's stuff that's on your mind as students. And many of you who live here on campus and live in Victoria, this is a great opportunity to interface with our city manager if he ever comes back. Maybe he's coming back. While he's hopefully rejoining us and resetting, here he is. Hopefully there, Mitt. All right. See if he's back there. Hey, Jesus, are you with us again? Okay.
I am. Yeah. I had to move. I had to move rooms. This is probably a better room because I got the seal in the back.
Very official. That's so much more official.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, what I was just going to talk about, ironically, is resiliency and how all the things, especially in the last 4 or 5 years, our city government wasn't planning on COVID. It wasn't planning on the freeze. It wasn't planning on all these transitions in leadership and the catastrophic thing of having our mayor die. I mean, these are all cards that nobody was expected to be dealt. But I think the true greatness, Jesus, is that the resiliency. People still did their jobs. People still provided services. People still helped citizens through it. And people can second guess until the cows come home or whatever else, but I'm extremely proud of our city council, of our city management, for getting us through those very, very difficult times. So when I think of you guys, one word that comes to mind is resiliency. It's easy to do everything when everything goes great.
Right.
The real test is when everything doesn't go real great, how people are doing. And I would have a feeling, Jesus, that when you're hiring folks, when you're recruiting folks, is that part of the mindset about, okay, you're in Victoria, things might not be always like they were wherever you came from, things can happen. And I guess you're maybe cognizant of that when you're doing the hiring to make sure the people that we bring in, because it just seems like staff member after staff member is just unfazed by all of these kind of things. So I don't know if you could talk to that a little bit.
Sure. There's some folks on the call, council members, that have been part of processes that we have here when we're looking for executives. I'm very, very mindful about the individuals that come to be part of the team. It's a pretty robust process. I'm sure when folks are talking to college students about, interviewing for a job, I suspect that it's centered around, you're going to have an interview panel, right? You're going to be asked the, list of questions, right? You might be there for an hour and a half, 2 hours. We put folks through like 2 days of different things. I have them do assessments beforehand, trying to really understand, what makes this person tick. And part of the 2 days, they get exposed to a variety of different environments. So, for example, they do a traditional panel interview, but they do get a chance to meet and greet with employees of the respective areas that they're coming to oversee. They get to interact with elected officials. They get to interact with stakeholders. They get to interact in a very intimate setting with their fellow executives. We give them tours of the community. to try and get a sense of how they're reacting to what they're seeing out in the community to ensure that they be a good fit. Um, if they bring their spouse for this process, we have a whole program for their spouse going on simultaneously so that their spouse can also interact with some folks and um, get a tour of the community as well. So that by the end of this process, it's very clear and evident, that this person wants to be here for the right reasons and would be a good fit for the culture and the environment that we have. I think one of the worst things that a leader or manager can do is bring somebody into the organization that just doesn't fit. There's been plenty of instances where we've had really qualified candidates that on paper, might be the most qualified, but may not be the best fit. And at the end of the day, especially in an environment that, like you discussed, can be fluid, you want somebody that has those skills to be able to navigate them, right? Uh, and I oftentimes like people who have gone through some stuff because I think nothing builds resiliency than going through some stuff, right? The world isn't isn't perfect, um, and I think this organization is better off for having resilient people. So we have a very robust process that helps us determine that.
Well, whatever that process is, I think it's working. I think it's really producing some really great leaders and staff members here. So now I want to shift a little bit, Jesus. I want to get in the time machine. I want to go back to young Jesus and specifically Jesus as an undergrad college student and to think about some of those significant obstacles you were facing because there's people looking at you right now, Jesus, who've read your resume, who see your office, who see that giant seal behind you, and they're like, Jesus has really made it. But I have a feeling, Jesus, that
I
when
mean,
you first
I'm
when
going
you
ahead.
first yeah, when you first started, that there were maybe some obstacles and challenges before you got to where you got today. And I was wondering if you wouldn't mind talking about that, about as a young college student, some of those significant obstacles and what you did to overcome those from applying to college to staying in college to
Sure.
graduating college, all of that.
Yeah, no, great question. I think I think everybody's journey is different. Um, as we emailed about yesterday, I'm technically considered a first generation college student, but was not the first to go to college. My older sister was the first to go to college, and so she was the one that was, I guess, the one that set the foundation for both my brother and I to go to college. And so I think the expectation was made fairly early on that education was key. Both of my parents had very limited formal educational training. They both migrated to the United States. My siblings and I were our first in both sides of our family to be born in the United States. Um, so there was definitely a lot of cultural elements to growing up, language items. I mean, till this day, I probably mispronounce some words. Spanish was my first language, but um, but to your question and to my point about everybody has a different journey. I think for me, I think my challenges were more on the personal side. Um, which I know there's a lot of students probably even tuning in now, that can probably relate to the position of, you want to go to college, right? Like that's not an issue, right? You know what you want to do, that's not an issue. But perhaps there's a personal situation or a personal circumstance that is making your pursuit challenging, right? And so for me, the big one was a family dynamic one. My parents split when I was in middle school, um, and that was very impactful for me during my teenage years. That really did kind of throw me for a loop as it related to my high school years and kind of what I wanted to do in college, kind of thing. And then my mom passed away when I was 18. And so for me, that whole period of high school to undergrad college was really more marked by um, personal circumstances that were, um, um, I guess, contributing to just my emotional and my psychological, being at the time. I think a couple of things that I think helped, I guess, again, keep your eye on the ball, right? Keep your eye on the bigger picture was obviously, my family. Um, my family's always been very supportive. That's helped. Um, Once I got to undergrad, I got fairly involved with a variety of different things. So I was able to create, um, relationships with folks, um, and in essence, create a sense of purpose um, for me to be at college and continue to pursue, my education. I think those instances that helped shape, I guess, the man that I became, I think is part of why I believe that on the personal side I'm resilient, and that's why for me resiliency is very important um, because again, going through some stuff, is what makes you stronger. Uh, and of course, now that I'm a dad, I don't want my son to go through anything, but but it happens, right? But anyway, so I think for me it was more on the personal side and how do you deal with that, right? And so I think seeking the right support, I think is very very critical and very very important. For example, in Hispanic cultures, something like seeing a therapist, could be frowned upon, right? But I can't emphasize, how important it is, to get your mind right, when you're going through things, and whether it's a professional counselor or whether it's a spiritual guide or a pastor or a priest or whomever it is, right? I think having somebody that you can speak with in a safe environment to provide some wisdom and some reassurance, I think is very, very key. There were people in my life that um, very, very specific people that served that purpose for me when I was going through all of that. That if it weren't for them, I don't know what I would be now. For example, my high school basketball coach. I don't know where I would be without my high school basketball coach. And so I think if there are students tuning in, dealing with personal circumstances that might be threatening, your career, your educational goals, my best advice would be to, you know, get the mind right, get the mind right, get the spiritual side right, because that'll allow you the fortitude to be able to persevere, um, and doing it in a way that is for the right reasons, without resentment, without any pain, if you will. So anyway, for what it's worth, uh, that'd be my advice for folks dealing with personal stuff while at the same time trying to pursue their educational or career aspirations.
Well said. And if I can just ask Alan English, if you can please mute your camera and turn off your camera, Alan, thank you. So I want to follow up on that a little bit because as I mentioned earlier, Jesus, UHV is an HSI, a Hispanic Serving Institution, and we have a number of our Hispanic students who can totally relate to many of the things you just talked about some of those very personal obstacles and personal challenges. And we've explored this in Bridge to Brilliance before. So those of you who are regular viewers, you might remember this kind of line of questioning about things within the Hispanic culture that Hispanic students, especially with their family, kind of have to deal with. And you did give a great example of this about not asking for help and, not asking for therapy. Are there other things like that you faced that maybe some of our students Latino students can relate to? And then how did you neutralize those things, right? Because you've got, I'm sure, a mom, a dad, an aunt, an uncle, and multiple generations of
Sure.
your Hispanic family who've ingrained this kind of sensibility, but you have to kind of go in a different direction. I wonder if you could talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, you have to be a macho, right? Um, no, that's a great question. I've been very blessed in that, my family, extended family as well, has been very supportive. Um, I don't think that aside from the couple things that I mentioned, I wouldn't say that there are other things that um, I guess are specific to the Hispanic culture that I would say, either helped or worked against me. Um, I was not um, raised to believe that being Hispanic was somehow an obstacle. I was not raised to believe that, being quote unquote poor growing up was, you know, defining you, and was a limiting factor. My parents were very supportive and they expected big things from us. Um, and so I think that helped. If I can digress though, I think the one issue that I did face was more of ageism, because I've been very blessed to have opportunities at a relatively young age. Um, Most people get into city management as a second career. They might get into finance or economic development, and then transition to city management. But I was city administrator in Von Army, and I was 24 years old. When I became city manager in Kingsville, I was 29. And so for me, the biggest obstacle throughout my career was just the ageism aspect of it, because unfortunately, there are people who associate age with intellect, with wisdom, with experience, and so on and so forth, right? And so I certainly have had to work extra hard to try and, in essence, make it clear that in spite of my age, um, I know what I'm doing. Uh, so if anything, the ageism part, is probably more of the one issue that I've probably, dealt with. And so to that I say, you know, uh, it's very, very easy to expect, you graduate college, you're gonna land, an amazing job. Um, and the path is different for everybody, right? But for the students tuning in, as they start their careers when they graduate or whatnot, and some of them might already be, starting a career and going to school at the same time, um, I would say to just continue to believe in yourself, right? Um, at the end of the day, um, the only opinion that matters, is your own, and and obviously, your significant others probably, right? Um, but you really have to focus on what's important, right? Um, which is your own goals and your own aspirations. That doesn't mean bulldoze your way and bully your way to achieving them. But whenever folks do challenge, whether you're Hispanic or whether you're age, or whatever it is, just focus on that self belief, um, and focus on understanding that you do belong, regardless of what people might say, and just don't give them any reason to challenge you on it.
Great advice. It's such great advice. So I'm wondering if we could pivot again and talk about, there's a lot of UHV students, staff, and faculty on this call. Are there ways, in your opinion, Jesus, that they can better participate in Victoria's city government? And I know we've got a number of great initiatives like the Citizens Academy and other things, but what are some ways that students, faculty, staff could participate and get something out of it and maybe also help the city as well? What kind of opportunities are out there?
Sure. So I know it's a pretty diverse group tuning in. But if I had to pick something that I think would be a common denominator around for everybody tuning in, is just be a champion. Be informed. The city's doing a lot of great things. You can stay informed by following us on social media, signing up for our newsletter, which you can do on our website. You can watch our council meetings on TV, or online. Um, it obviously will necessitate some effort, right? But our communications team, under Ashley Strevel, have done a tremendous job. Kudos, Ashley. Have done a tremendous job, um, in putting the information together in a way that's easily accessible and understandable. And so I think at a minimum, I think everybody can put a little bit of effort in to stay informed, know what's going on, because there are people that wake up every day, over 600 of them, that work very hard to make this a better place to live. And if there's one thing that really pisses me off, is when people try and paint this picture that, the city's not doing anything. And that can't be further from the truth. So I think what everybody can do is better educate yourself on what's going on, but at the same time, be a champion, be a cheerleader. Sometimes it surprises me that, folks can be very negative, about things going on, in Victoria, or things that aren't going on in Victoria. But I think being a champion, staying informed, I think is the best way that folks can help and get involved, because it's not Jesus Garza's Victoria, it's your Victoria, it's everybody's Victoria. And so it really genuinely will take all of us to be able to move this community forward. It'll take all of us to move UHV forward. I know UHV is going through some tough times right now, and it'll take, everybody flowing in the right direction, to get us out of that hump. Now, formally speaking, there are some opportunities. We do have a Citizens Academy that gets put on every year. We roughly have around 25 to 30 people that participate in that program every year. And we take a deep dive into local finances. Almost every department walks through, their operation. And literally everybody that goes through the Citizens Academy is in awe of just how much work we do day in and day out. Stuff that, people don't realize. And half the stuff that we do is stuff that people take for granted. People don't think about, well, where does the trash go when you pick it up? Where does the water go when I flush it? Where does the water come from when I open the faucet, right? These are all things that there are people that wake up every day trying to make sure that there is water when you open that faucet and that it's safe to drink. And so there's a lot of work, that gets put into it. But anyway, the Citizens Academy is a good way to get involved. You can, depending on, I guess, where you are with your free time, there's definitely opportunities to get involved with boards and commissions. So we do have a variety of boards and commissions where we actually want younger folks to participate and get involved with. We have a Parks Commission, we have a Library Advisory Board, we've got a Tourism Advisory Board, and we've got some more, formal boards like the Planning Commission that, take on some real legit important things. And we coordinate with some nonprofits, or partner, I should say. We partner with some nonprofits like Main Street and Keep Victoria Beautiful that have boards of directors, that if folks want to get involved at that formal level, they can, or even just as volunteers. We just experienced that with Victoria Day of Caring during our bicentennial weekend, where we had over 600 volunteers sign up, and we're spread out, over almost 40 different sites around town. And so, again, those are just some ideas on how to get more involved and how to contribute and be part of the solution, right? I mean, at the end of the day, I would want anybody who wants to listen to me, be part of the solution. Don't be part of the hater group, be part of the solution. So, and anything we can do to help plug you in and be part of the solution, happy to.
So well said. I mean, for those of us who make a living of studying small city governments, it's so amazing to me how transparent, how communicative Victoria is. And again, Ashley Strevel's team just does a brilliant job. If you haven't and you're on this call, go to the website, see TV Victoria 15. Look at all just the immense amount of information that is out there in terms of helping us understand what's going on in the city government. It is fantastic. And I think we should be really proud and really excited about that. We're getting close to the end now, and I know some folks might have some questions, but one of the things I like to do with our guest, Jesus, is we do a little Jesus Garza, this is your life. And so I've got a few slides, and I picked all these slides from public areas, so there's nothing that you haven't seen, but I'm going to go ahead and have you talk about some of these marvelous things that we're seeing. If I can get rid of this terrible Uh-oh, I don't know what there we go. All right. So there are so many projects, as you said, going on in Victoria right now, so many
Right.
unprecedented projects that are totally changing the landscape and the services. And really, I think Victoria for the better. Can you start with this one, Jesus? What are you breaking the ground on right here in this photo?
Sure. So that's Mike 18, by the way. So on the left-hand side of this picture is Mike 18, one of our assistant city managers, and Derek Farrell is on the other side. In Earlier this year, we broke ground on a new 70,000 square foot public safety headquarter building, and so this building will house our entire police department, our fire administration, and our municipal court. And so this has been a vision that has been around for almost 10 years, because quite frankly, our police department mainly just hasn't had the adequate space or even security to be able to do their job. And so we finally got at a point where the city had finished paying off some debt, and we were in a good position to be able to finance a part of this project to be able to make it a reality. So, and it's a $52 million project. And so anyway, but it was a big deal because it's been a long time coming. And one of the things that's important to point out is that the building of this building actually is part of a much broader vision of just facilities for city employees, because currently the police department is housed at City Hall complex, and so is municipal court. And so when they move, that'll provide an opportunity to renovate the spaces at City Hall complex to be able to then focus on other departments, giving them the space that they need to grow. This building is being built to account for growth over the next 40 years. And so this way, as that growth happens in personnel, we don't have, people don't have to be jam packed um, or be split out. This project, for example, is consolidating about 5 different sites around town into one. So it'll also produce a lot of efficiency. I forgot to mention our 911 dispatch is also moving into this building. Our 911 dispatch has never been in the same building as our police department or fire department. And so hopefully having that synergy will lead to just better coordination, better strategic planning, so we can continue to offer, amazing services on the public safety front.
So as we go to this next slide, there's a couple of images. And I guess my first question, that logo on the left, when you go to sleep at night, how many times in the last year have you had that logo in mind, in this moment in mind, when we celebrated our 200th anniversary and opened up the new De Leon Plaza? That was probably saturating your brain cells for quite a long time. Talk about that a little bit.
Sure. So for those that may not be aware, on April 13th of this year, we celebrated our bicentennial. We literally have been planning it for close to 3 years. The expansion of the plaza came out of the result of the 2021 downtown master plan. The statues there are of Martin de Leon and his wife Patricia de la Garza, who are our founders of Victoria. We didn't have a statue, honoring them, and so that statue was like a 3-year process in the making. So there was a lot of effort that was put into planning for this particular weekend, definitely over the last few years. And for us, and for me, it was important to use the bicentennial as the launch pad for a new era in how we think about Victoria. Because one of the things that we learned throughout, you mentioned early on, doing SWOT analysis and doing all these types of things. One of the things that became very evident early on was that there were just a lot of folks that didn't really feel that our branding really matched the importance of the history of Victoria, right? And so one of the things that we want to latch onto better is this idea of being home of the Six Flags. People know that the state of Texas claims the Six Flags. You have the theme park, all this sort of thing. But most people don't realize that the only reason why the whole state can claim the Six Flags is because of the one French colony that existed for a few years in Victoria County. And so we want to make it very clear moving forward that Victoria and Victoria County is truly the home of the Six Flags. And so we want to be more mindful of those things. This weekend will be having a launch party for a new tourism brand that intentionally is coming at the heels of our bicentennial celebration, because our new tourism brand will play better homage to our history and our multicultural vibrancy. And so we're excited to do that. And so this was about much more than just celebrating, 200 years. It was about using it as an opportunity to try and reframe how people talk about Victoria all over the world. And so we think that'll help, with our identity, with hopefully our tourism, and hopefully better improving upon the pride that already exists.
I know you needed a nap after some of these things. I mean, I don't know how you did it, because it seemed like every time I turned around, you were there, you were giving a speech, that was a very busy weekend.
Yeah, well, and really, I didn't do anything. I appreciate, the credit, but really staff deserves all the credit. We had roughly close to 90 employees that were involved with the planning and the execution of all of those weekend events. We had a core group of folks, from Joe Novosad, who was our CVB director, who spearheaded a lot of these efforts. There was just a lot of folks. We've talked about Ashley, but Ashley and our communications team did a great job just throughout the day. We just followed a script, and it was executed, for the most part, perfectly. And so staff really deserves all the credit, putting on a day like that with so many different pieces to it really necessitated a lot of coordination amongst our different departments. In the evening, we had a ball. Keisha Smith, who's special projects manager here in my office, was the primary person that planned that and executed that. And, we couldn't have done it without her and everybody else involved. So I mentioned this at council, but I've, for what it's worth, feel very proud that the team took it that serious, because it is serious. It's a big deal, right? And so anyway, so it was a great weekend overall.
Great team. And of course, we've got other things going on in Victoria, and I invite people, if you haven't been to our all new renovated duck pond, this was a tremendous endeavor. And please go to Riverside Park and see that. And here is Jesus in some different garb, but doing something very, very important with our Keep Victoria Beautiful initiative, which has just been a fantastic way for people to get involved. And then, of course, Christy Yoker and Daryl Lisak and all of their team, they actually are making Victoria beautiful. And UHB, we've been involved in this, and hopefully we'll be involved more of it. There's things like the Heart Walk, right? Even in the midst of COVID, we're still doing things. And then this is fun, Jesus. Look at Jesus. He's having fun. And Jesus, what are you thinking about as you're looking at the donuts and eclairs? Is it, how many am I going to have? Or
probably, yeah. I was probably thinking in that moment, I was thinking, will people judge me if I grab more than one? I think I took home like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
My son loves donuts, so it wasn't all for me.
Yeah. I'm always that guy who takes. And speaking of your son, his son has been part of these celebrations too, because he seems like he's at a lot of these events. I know we see him at events at the library. And then this is one of my favorites. You are concentrating very hard on something. I don't know if you're coloring, you're planning the next city budget. This is very intense thinking.
Yeah, he didn't care at all as to what I was doing.
Right. Right. He's going on with his life. So we're getting to the end, Jesus, and I want to give you, of course, the last word, but I want to encourage any of our participants, please reach out to Jesus. There's his address, his phone number, his email, especially our young students, Jesus. You are such a terrific mentor for so many of our young students here. And we might have some students on this call who might just want to sit down, have a cup of coffee, or just have 10 or 15 minutes of your time and just kind of ask them about their own path and get some advice from you. And you've always been so gracious about doing that with our students and our entire community, really. So there's that contact info. And I do want to just give Jesus the last word here in terms of his final words of wisdom for all of us on Bridge to Brilliance today.
Sure. Well, I appreciate that. You making that comment about students, reaching out reminded me of another way that students can be involved, which is through internships. We
Mm,
actually partner with UHB on internship opportunities here at the city. We've actually hired one of our interns to become a full-time employee, and so this internship could lead to a full-time job and even a career. And so we're happy to entertain those opportunities. Um, because I think that's important. So that's just something else. But even if it's not that, to your point, if you want to come in, I've had students come and shadow me, for a day, who are interested in the profession and want to learn more about it. Stuff like that really helped me when I was in school. And so for me, it's important to pay it forward, if you will, because I do think it's important to be accessible. And I do feel a sense of responsibility to help do my part in, ensuring the next generation, if you will, of public administrators is there, you know. But to your point on closing thoughts, I'll just leave you with this. So, um, uh, next in a couple of weeks, I'll hit my 5-year work anniversary, and so it's surreal that I've had an opportunity to be here for 5 years because of just everything that's happened in that time frame. Um, but for me, it's important that people walk away understanding, like I alluded to earlier, there are people every day that wake up wanting to make this community a better place to live. For you, your family, your friends, etc. We take that responsibility very seriously. And for me, it's important that folks, just know that, understand that, and hopefully, at some point are interested in being part of the process, being part of the solution, whether it's with the city or whether it's at your school or whether it's at your church. The human capital aspect of a community is vital for a community to grow, and our community needs to grow. If our community wants to have a chance at continuing to and improving on our vibrancy and on enhancing livability, we need to grow. Meaning population, we need more students here at UHB, we need more people living here, we need less people leaving. Um, Victoria has a lot of opportunities, and we need to make sure that everybody contributes to those and participates in them as much as possible. But again, know that there are people at the city, the mayor, the council, the employees that every day work hard to make this community a better place to live, work, and play. And for me, it's important that you know that, and we're here to support you. We're here to hear you. We're here to hear you out and do whatever we can to make your experience in Victoria safer and better. So,
and you're doing that every day. I know you've got to get ready to go on to the next thing. I can't thank you enough for spending this hour with us. Jesus, a lot of teachers then ask for this recording later so they can use it in class and it becomes the subject of discussions and then assignments. So your
you
words
should have
really do.
told me. You should have told me that early on. I wouldn't have talked about haters, and I wouldn't have.
Well, I think you gave some great nuggets that make really important conversations. So all of it, Jesus, was just really, really fantastic. Thank you for spending this time with us. I hope
Sure.
you'll come back.
Yeah, for sure. And I was gonna say, I do have to run in a few minutes, but if anybody has a question, I'm happy to take,
Right.
an extra 5 minutes and address any questions or issues that anybody might have.
Okay, so you heard him. This is your chance to directly talk to the city manager for Victoria. And please, if you do have a question, feel free to turn on your mic, turn on your video, or maybe you want to type it in the chat. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Jesus Garza? I know some of you've got to get on to your next thing, but he's here. Any questions? Well, I'm not seeing anything pop up,
All right.
but well, I can't thank you enough. I also want to thank our members of council and city staff. I know you all are extremely busy for joining us. I think I saw Councilwoman Solis and Councilman Lofgren and so many other folks here too. So thank you all for joining us. Jesus, please keep doing what you're doing. Please don't listen to the haters or whatever else, right? We're on a good trajectory and we're blessed to have you. We're blessed to have our city council. And like you said, the real superstars are that staff who go unnamed, who work behind the scenes, who make it all happen. And we're so very blessed to have all of y'all working for our greater good. So thank you, Jesus. And thank
Cool.
you, everybody, for
Thank you.
joining us for the season finale of Bridge to
Uh-oh.
Brilliance. Tune in next season. Y'all have a great afternoon and God bless.